The Prime Minister's office says Israel will refrain from further attacks, and Tehran says it will abide by the ceasefire if Israel does. So Washington's working on assessing the damage done to Iran's nuclear infrastructure by those U.S. strikes over the weekend, and it's possible there will be further negotiations with Iran over their nuclear program. But on the plane to the NATO summit, Trump seemed to reject the idea of pushing for a regime change in Iran, saying he wants the situation to calm down as quickly as possible and that regime change would bring chaos, which he does not want.
Trump made those comments before departing the White House for the NATO summit in the Netherlands. On the plane, Trump told reporters he spoke on the phone with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and implored him to stop attacking Iran. The Prime Minister's office says Israel will refrain from further attacks, and Tehran says it will abide by the ceasefire if Israel does. Washington is working on assessing the damage done to Iran's nuclear infrastructure by the US strikes over the weekend, and it's possible there will be further negotiations with Iran over their nuclear program. But on the plane to the NATO summit in the Netherlands, Trump seemed to reject the idea of pushing for regime change in Iran, saying he wants the situation to calm down as quickly as possible and that regime change would bring chaos. Now, in an urgent phone call with Benjamin Netanyahu, Trump pressured Israel to scale back its response to Iran's reported ceasefire violation. Just hours after it took effect, Israel claims it intercepted Iranian missiles and had to act. Jonathan Regev has more from Tel Aviv.
After the first few hours, it can already be said that the ceasefire for the moment is holding, and Israel is making the assessment that this ceasefire will hold on. We know that due to the fact that the Home Front Command changed the directives on a Tuesday evening, signaling that for the first time in nearly 2 weeks, Israel, as of Wednesday morning, will be going back to normal. Schools will open, businesses will open, public transport is back to normal. The airport, Ben Gurion Airport, which was almost completely shut for nearly 2 weeks, will open as well. Everything is back to normal. The Home Front Command would not have made such an assessment if there was any indication that still missiles could be heading from Israel to Iran and back from Iran into Israeli territory. All this follows a dramatic day in which Israeli jets were already on their way to strike in Iran. This following what Israel called a breach by Iran of the ceasefire, as 2 missiles were fired from Iran towards northern Israel some 3.5 hours after the ceasefire went into effect. And just as the jets were heading to Iran, an angry phone call from President Trump to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu took place. Trump pretty much demanding from the Prime Minister to order the jets to turn around and come back without carrying their strike. Eventually, there was a very symbolic strike on an Iranian radar, but far from the Israeli original plan. President Trump is deeply involved in this, and he wants to make sure that the ceasefire is holding on. And if this would mean going into some kind of a verbal conflict with Israel, the closest ally, so be it. President Trump was well aware that Iran may have perhaps breached the ceasefire, but since this is so important for him, he called the Prime Minister, ordered the jets back, and that's what happened. And as we approach into Wednesday, nearly 2 weeks after the operation began, it seems for now as if the ceasefire is holding. Jonathan Regev, CGTN, Tel Aviv.
Iran denies firing into Israel after the ceasefire went into effect. While the terms of the truce remain unclear, Tehran says it will respect the deal. Ehsan Kaivani continues our coverage from Iran.
A ceasefire ending 12 days of intense fighting between Iran and Israel took effect early Tuesday morning. The truce brought halt to hostilities that persisted until the final moments, with both sides launching significant attacks just before 4 a.m. local time deadline. intense fighting continued through Monday, including an Iranian strike on U.S. military base in Qatar late that day. This attack spurred rapid diplomatic efforts involving Iran, Qatar, Israel, and the U.S., ultimately leading to the ceasefire agreement. In the hours leading up to the deadline, Israeli drone strikes targeted locations across Iran, including parts of the capital, Tehran, and northern and western regions. 2 Iranian nuclear scientists were killed on the conflict's final day. Only minutes before the deadline, Iran launched ballistic missiles at southern Israel, marking a final exchange in this round of hostilities. Following the truth, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said on his X account that Iran has no intention to continue its response if Israel ceases its aggression. Just hours after the ceasefire began, Israel accused Iran of violating the truce and threatened retaliatory strikes against Tehran. This accusation casts immediate doubt on the ceasefire's durability. The critical question remains, can this fragile ceasefire hold, or will the threat of renewed strikes plunge the region back into conflicts? The situation remains highly volatile. Ehsan Keivani, CGTN, Yazd.
Let's bring in academic and Middle East expert Edmund Gharib. He's here in Washington. Thanks for joining us this evening. Is the 12-day war between Israel and Iran over, and did either side emerge stronger?
There's no doubt that I think there are gains and losses for both Iran and Israel. Iran, on the one hand, suffered a great deal from that earlier attacks by Israel, which led to the killing of a large number of its military leaders, nuclear scientists, the individuals who are responsible for the nuclear program in Iran, destruction of some of the industrial areas. So that was quite a blow to Iran. Nevertheless, Iran was able to regroup, and they began to launch very severe blows against Israel. They reached actually to some of the scientific institutions, some of the military bases. They've attacked areas near, as if they were sending a message, near where the Dimona nuclear facilities in Israel. They also attacked the areas where there were the oil and gas facilities and infrastructure, and that was also left quite an impact. And we saw Israelis beginning to leave. On the other hand, Iran also suffered quite a bit. I mean, in terms of the earlier attacks, but it used these missiles, which were much faster and carried heavier load than even the Israelis expected, and were very destructive. So you could say that both sides were able to gain some things and lose some things. But as was mentioned earlier by your previous guest, the question of the future of this ceasefire, there are still a lot of doubts about it. I think President Trump was able to achieve this gain, I mean, for him, because he also was under pressure. Not only Israelis and Iranians were under a lot of pressure, because a large number of his supporters in the MAGA movement were very critical of the idea of becoming involved, the U.S. becoming involved in another war, while President Trump had promised that there would no longer have wars without end. And so everybody, in a sense, gained some things and lost some things so far.
Marco Rubio said the US could accept a peaceful nuclear program, but the US won't try to force regime change. What is Israel's ultimate goal? Will it try to scupper a deal, do you think?
I think clearly Israel was hoping that this would be an opportunity. Israel found itself in a very difficult situation, especially after its attack on Gaza, after its killing of so many Palestinians, children, women, civilians. This has left Israel in a very difficult situation on the international scene. It almost became, or in fact not almost, but many countries began to look at Israel as a pariah state after what it had done to the Palestinians. There were a few countries in the world which continued to support Israel, the United States, some of the European powers, but even in Europe we began to see numerous countries that were very critical. So the Israelis were in a very difficult situation on that front at least. And so to what extent are they likely now to continue to try to find a way to get out, not only not to continue the war with Iran, but also to get out of Gaza and end the war crimes which have been committed there? I think all of this will have a difficult time in the future, but I think we're coming closer to an end to the conflict.
So what would peace look like, do you think? Is it a different vision from both sides?
I think there will, that's an excellent question, because I don't think either side is going to get everything they want. I mean, the Israelis, for example, wanted Iran not to have any nuclear programs and research for peaceful purposes, and they went and attacked them, and so did the U.S. in the beginning. But Israel had wanted to bring down the regime. They had seen the regime as a threat. They believed that the regime had allies in the area, and we saw that what happened. Hezbollah played an important part. The Houthis in Yemen were very significant, played an important role. So the Israelis thought that the Iranian regime is weak, that the economy is very difficult. They are in a difficult situation, that there were heavy sanctions on them. All of this, they believed, weakened the regime, and that there is a great deal of opposition. In fact, I've read several articles that said that by Israeli writers, as well as some American writers, supporters of Israel, said that among the Iranian population, somewhere between 70 and 80% of the population are opposed to the regime. First of all, while there is opposition to the regime inside, I think
Coming up, the death toll now tops 56,000, and the UN warns that the entire enclave is at risk of famine. Stay with us.
You might think you are better informed in an information age. The fact is, people are more often misled by misinformation. You might think every voice is heard in a digital world. The fact is, many nations and peoples are still underrepresented. And data poverty shuts out many. We at CGTN are committed to transcending the information gap and the digital divide. CGTN, bridging nations and civilizations. CGTN, see the difference.
Welcome back. Now to Gaza, where health officials say more than 56,000 Palestinians have been killed in Israel's military campaign. Aid distribution sites have become frequent targets with repeated shootings and chaos in recent weeks. Rami Al-Magari has more from Gaza City.
Actually, the latest where we are here in Gaza City is that Israeli bombardments, airstrikes have gone non-stop over the past 24 hours. This is something continued for the past several weeks during the time of the Iran-Israel war that has lasted for 12 days now. it's very intensified. Airstrikes hit many areas, many homes and dwellings, shelters, places for displaced Palestinians. These Israeli bombardments, airstrikes over the area, over the Gaza Strip in general, actually goes with more deaths actually near the sites of the distribution of food supplies by the American Humanitarian Foundation, or the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, that is backed by Israel. Despite the denial by the foundation that none of those people was killed near the site, it is all widely reported and confirmed locally here that the crowds of angry Palestinians, when they approach the site, either in central Gaza Strip area of Netzarim corridor or the southern Gaza Strip area of Rafah, particularly to the north of the southern Rafah city, when the crowds approach, the Israeli fire is here shoot out by the Israeli army tanks, by the Israeli artillery, Israeli drones. That's what has been reported over the past few weeks, where more than 250 Palestinians, maybe 300 Palestinians, according to local estimates, have been killed, those who seek food aid and supplies amidst very hunger here in the territory, with closure of the borders by Israel and the lack of normal and natural supply of food aid by the international organizations that are supposed to take a charge, to take responsibility. And the people are just very, very unhappy about this situation, where their sons, their children are being killed and injured when they happen to get some food that is more than necessary for the children, for the family members. They want the aid to come through the legal channels, which are the United Nations organizations like the World Food Programme and the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees, UNRWA, that has been providing service for the population for decades now. That is actually the situation here in Gaza.
New Russian airstrikes have hit southeastern Ukraine. At least 17 people were killed, over 100 were wounded. Ukraine media reports that hospitals, schools and a passenger train all suffered damages. 3 people were also killed in a separate strike on the city of Sumy. Ukrainian President Zelensky condemned the attacks, accusing Russian forces of, quote, complete disregard for life. Zelensky is expected to meet with US President Donald Trump on the sidelines of the NATO summit. The 2-day gathering got underway on Tuesday at The Hague in the Netherlands. Among the big topics were defence spending and commitments by member countries. Sarah Coates is there.
A very busy day for NATO leaders and heads of state here in The Hague for this very consequential NATO summit. Donald Trump, the US president, he is attending this evening a royal dinner, and on the sidelines of that, he is expected to meet with his Turkish counterpart, Tayyip Erdogan, to potentially try and mend ties after a little bit of an icy period. Now, what Erdogan is expected, according to sources very close to him, to ask Mr. Trump is to lift the ban on the sale of F-35s, and that's after Ankara bought these S-400 missile defence systems from Russia. Now, another sideline meeting.
Yeah, so President Trump says both Iran and Israel broke a ceasefire he helped broker. Exact details of what was agreed to haven't been released, but by now, both sides were expected to have ceased hostilities, according to a post from Trump on Truth Social. Monday evening, bringing an end to what he has dubbed the 12-day war. While blaming both countries, he focused especially on Israel, saying they may have overreacted to an errant missile from Iran. Iran denies breaking the fragile truce. Listen.
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either, but I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land.
Trump made those comments before departing the White House for the NATO summit in the Netherlands. On the plane, Trump told reporters he spoke on the phone with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and implored him to stop attacking Iran. The Prime Minister's office says Israel will refrain from further attacks, and Tehran says it will abide by the ceasefire if Israel does. So Washington's working on assessing the damage done to Iran's nuclear infrastructure by those U.S. strikes over the weekend, and it's possible there will be further negotiations with Iran over their nuclear program. But on the plane to the NATO summit, Trump seemed to reject the idea of pushing for a regime change in Iran, saying he wants the situation to calm down as quickly as possible and that regime change would bring chaos, which he does not want.
Jim Spellman there reporting, and more on that phone call with Benjamin Netanyahu. Trump pressured Israel to scale back its response to Iran's reported ceasefire violation just hours after it took effect. But Israel claims it intercepted Iranian missiles and had to act. Jonathan Regev has more from Tel Aviv.
After the first few hours, it can already be said that the ceasefire for the moment is holding, and Israel is making the assessment that this ceasefire will hold on. We know that due to the fact that the Home Front Command changed the directives on a Tuesday evening, signaling that for the first time in nearly 2 weeks, Israel, as of Wednesday morning, will be going back to normal. Schools will open, businesses will open, public transport is back to normal. The airport, Ben Gurion Airport, which was almost completely shut for nearly 2 weeks, will open as well. Everything is back to normal. The Home Front Command would not have made such an assessment if there was any indication that still missiles could be heading from Israel to Iran and back from Iran into Israeli territory. All this follows a dramatic day in which Israeli jets were already on their way to strike in Iran. This following what Israel called a breach by Iran of the ceasefire, as 2 missiles were fired from Iran towards northern Israel some 3.5 hours after the ceasefire went into effect. And just as the jets were heading to Iran, an angry phone call from President Trump to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu took place. Trump pretty much demanding from the Prime Minister to order the jets to turn around and come back without carrying their strike. Eventually, there was a very symbolic strike on an Iranian radar, but far from the Israeli original plan. President Trump is deeply involved in this, and he wants to make sure that the ceasefire is holding on. And if this would mean going into some kind of a verbal conflict with Israel, the closest ally, so be it. President Trump was well aware that Iran may have perhaps breached the ceasefire, but since this is so important for him, he called the Prime Minister, ordered the jets back, and that's what happened. And as we approach into Wednesday, nearly 2 weeks after the operation began, it seems, for now, as if the ceasefire is holding. Jonathan Regev, CGTN, Tel Aviv.
Iran, meanwhile, denies claims that it fired into Israel after the ceasefire went into effect. While the terms of the truce remain unclear, Tehran says it will respect the deal. Ehsan Kavani continues our coverage from Iran.
A ceasefire ending 12 days of intense fighting between Iran and Israel took effect early Tuesday morning. The truce brought halt to hostilities that persisted until the final moments, with both sides launching significant attacks just before 4 a.m. local time deadline. Intense fighting continued through Monday, including an Iranian strike on U.S. military base in Qatar late that day. This attack spurred rapid diplomatic efforts involving Iran, Qatar, Israel, and the U.S., ultimately leading to the ceasefire agreement. In the hours leading up to the deadline, Israeli drone strikes targeted locations across Iran, including parts of the capital Tehran and northern and western regions. 2 Iranian nuclear scientists were killed on the conflict's final day. Only minutes before the deadline, Iran launched ballistic missiles at southern Israel, marking a final exchange in this round of hostilities. Following the truce, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said on his X account that Iran has no intention to continue its response if Israel ceases its aggression. Just hours after the ceasefire began, Israel accused Iran of violating the truce and threatened retaliatory strikes against Tehran. This accusation casts immediate doubt on the ceasefire's durability. The critical question remains, can this fragile ceasefire hold, or will the threat of renewed strikes plunge the region back into conflicts? The situation remains highly volatile. Ehsan Keivani, CGTN, Yazd.
And joining me now to discuss the latest developments in the conflict between Israel and Iran is Dan Arbel. He's scholar in residence at American University's Center for Israeli Studies. Thank you so much for coming on, Dan.
Thank you. Good evening.
So reports from the UAE suggest that Tehran has told the UAE that it's, quote, ready to resolve issues at the negotiating table with Israel and within international frameworks, and will not seek a nuclear weapon. Do you believe that? Can you bomb Iran into submission?
So I think that there's great hope that the ceasefire ending the 12-day war, as Trump dubbed it, will lead to resume negotiations with Iran. But I wouldn't say that Iran is going to give up its entire program right away and agree to all these issues that the U.S. and the West have been pressing for years. So I think it's a very optimistic, upbeat report. I think it's going to take some time until the Iranians can be reasoned with, and until we can actually get an agreement that enforces stricter limitations on Iran's program. So I don't buy it that they're already there and then that they've agreed to all this. Seems to me too rosy of a report, and I think that the days ahead will actually indicate in which direction we're going.
Now, if you're Israel, it's got to be tough to swallow this ceasefire, right? Because they say they were so close to their goals of crippling Iran politically. They took out their scientists, they took out some of their Revolutionary Guards, the top members, and severely denigrated their nuclear capabilities. What incentive is there, do you think, for Netanyahu to abide by the ceasefire for any period of time? Israel has made clear, after all, that its goal is for regime change.
I have to disagree with you on that. I think that Israel's goals set out at the beginning of the campaign were mostly achieved. As you've said, denigrating the nuclear program, destroying more than half of Iran's ballistic missile capabilities, targeting senior leaders of the commanders of the Iranian army and the IRGC, eliminating nuclear scientists, and again, humiliating Iran in a way that the leadership is in hiding and really can't trust the military and national security establishment, which is subordinate to it. So I think in that sense, Israel accomplished many of its goals. Also, you have to remember that Israel has been on the receiving end of dozens, if not hundreds, of Iranian missiles, causing Israelis to run to the bomb shelters every night, causing devastation in major cities, leading to casualties, at least 30. So all that, I think Netanyahu, for him, it suits him to stop now and to give negotiations a chance. Especially that there's no formal agreement signed between Israel and Iran, and if Israel feels at any point threatened or that Iran has breached the ceasefire, Israel can once again react or respond or retaliate. So I don't think that he's, I think that it's comfortable for him to stop now for the time being at least.
It seemed that he had to be pressured into stopping, though. President Trump rebuked him. He seemed quite upset with both sides, but with Israel in particular for continuing to sort of bomb Iran even when the ceasefire was supposed to have taken effect. So do you believe the ceasefire will hold?
I'm optimistic that, so far it's been holding, and I do believe it will hold for some time. And I think the fact that, as your correspondents have mentioned, the fact that Trump himself is so much invested into it, and is making efforts to make sure that it's kept, will certainly guarantee that the parties will have to think twice before breaching it. So I do hope that there is a chance for this. The sustainability of this ceasefire is the key issue right now, and I seriously hope that this would be the case, that the ceasefire holds.
How vulnerable is President Trump, do you think, right now? He went into Iran without congressional approval. He declared a quick victory, and now this alleged ceasefire could collapse at any moment. It's very fragile, all while he's trying to show NATO allies that he went and did this alone. He's furious with both sides. Was he naive going into this, do you think?
I don't think so. I think that we're reading too much into this, the furious nature of his response this morning. Because I think that he, as you've said, he called it the 12-day war. And all of a sudden the parties are breaching the agreement, so he's upset. He doesn't want this to be the 13-day war, or this, get out of control. So I think that, he is reprimanding both sides, but I don't think that, because it's interrupting his plan, but I don't think that he's really that furious with him. And I think that what he's a transactional president, and what he wants is, once the deal is in place, he's looking already for the next deal and the next issue to deal with. So I wouldn't read too much into it. I don't think he was naive. I think he believed that he's doing something that no other president has done. I think he believes it's historic, unprecedented, and he wants to be remembered as somebody thinking outside the box and doing something unprecedented and historic. So I don't think he's naive in this sense.
And NATO Secretary General heaped praise on him before his arrival at NATO. Now, Dan, last question for you. Are you surprised at how quiet Iran's military allies in the region have been? Iraqi militia, Hezbollah, Houthis. And why do you think that is?
Yeah, I'm surprised, not at Hezbollah, because Hezbollah was pretty much, has been weakened severely due to Israel's attacks back in the fall of 2024. I am surprised about the Houthis and the pro-Iranian Iraqi militias, who've said that once the U.S. Conducts strikes against Iranian targets or bombs Iran, they will step in, and they haven't done so. And I think it points to the weakness of the axis of resistance led by Iran. All those groups are fearful of U.S. Going after them, and therefore also, and perhaps they're also in a weak state, and think that it's better for them to wait this round out and wait for a better opportunity in the future, perhaps, to retaliate in their own unique way.
All right, we are out of time. We'll have to leave it there, but thank you so much for your perspective, Dan Arbel.
Thank you. Good evening, Karina.
Oil And Iran appears to be holding for now. It comes after U.S. President Donald Trump lashed out at both sides for violating the truce just hours after it went into effect. Preliminary U.S. intel suggests that the military strikes on Iran did not destroy core components of its nuclear program and likely only set it back by months. Stocks rose and oil prices fell as the concerns that the Strait of Hormuz would close eased. Investors are betting that the ceasefire will hold. And that is
between Israel and Iran is holding for now. US President Donald Trump lashed out at both sides for violating the truce just hours after it came into effect. Meanwhile, leaked US intelligence reveals these strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities did not destroy the Iranian nuclear program. CGTN's Jim Spellman has the details from our newsroom.
Yeah, so President Trump says both Iran and Israel broke a ceasefire he helped broker. Exact details of what was agreed to haven't been released, but by now, both sides were expected to have ceased hostilities, according to a post from Trump on Truth Social. Monday evening, bringing an end to what he has dubbed the 12-day war. While blaming both countries, he focused especially on Israel, saying they may have overreacted to an errant missile from Iran. Iran denies breaking the fragile truce. Listen.
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either, but I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land.
Trump made those comments before departing the White House for the NATO summit in the Netherlands. On the plane, Trump told reporters he spoke on the phone with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and implored him to stop attacking Iran. The Prime Minister's office says Israel will refrain from further attacks, and Tehran says it will abide by the ceasefire if Israel does. So Washington's working on assessing the damage done to Iran's nuclear infrastructure by those U.S. strikes over the weekend, and it's possible there will be further negotiations with Iran over their nuclear program. But on the plane to the NATO summit, Trump seemed to reject the idea of pushing for a regime change in Iran, saying he wants the situation to calm down as quickly as possible and that regime change would bring chaos, which he does not want.
In an urgent phone call with Benjamin Netanyahu, Trump pressured Israel to scale back its response to Iran's reported ceasefire violation. Just hours after it took effect, Israel claims it intercepted Iranian missiles and had to act. Jonathan Regev has more from Tel Aviv.
After the first few hours, it can already be said that the ceasefire for the moment is holding, and Israel is making the assessment that this ceasefire will hold on. We know that due to the fact that the Home Front Command changed the directives on a Tuesday evening, signaling that for the first time in nearly 2 weeks, Israel, as of Wednesday morning, will be going back to normal. Schools will open, businesses will open, public transport is back to normal. The airport, Ben Gurion Airport, which was almost completely shut for nearly 2 weeks, will open as well. Everything is back to normal. The Home Front Command would not have made such an assessment if there was any indication that still missiles could be heading from Israel to Iran and back from Iran into Israeli territory. All this follows a dramatic day in which Israeli jets were already on their way to strike in Iran. This following what Israel called a breach by Iran of the ceasefire, as 2 missiles were fired from Iran towards northern Israel some 3.5 hours after the ceasefire went into effect. And just as the jets were heading to Iran, an angry phone call from President Trump to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu took place. Trump pretty much demanding from the Prime Minister to order the jets to turn around and come back without carrying their strike. Eventually, there was a very symbolic strike on an Iranian radar, but far from the Israeli original plan. President Trump is deeply involved in this, and he wants to make sure that the ceasefire is holding on. And if this would mean going into some kind of a verbal conflict with Israel, the closest ally, so be it. President Trump was well aware that Iran may have perhaps breached the ceasefire, but since this is so important for him, he called the Prime Minister, ordered the jets back, and that's what happened. And as we approach into Wednesday, nearly 2 weeks after the operation began, it seems, for now, as if the ceasefire is holding. Jonathan Regev, CGTN, Tel Aviv.
Iran denies firing into Israel after the ceasefire went into effect. While the terms of the truce remain unclear, Tehran says it will respect the deal. Ehsan Kevani continues our coverage from Iran.
A ceasefire ending 12 days of intense fighting between Iran and Israel took effect early Tuesday morning. The truce brought halt to hostilities that persisted until the final moments, with both sides launching significant attacks just before 4 a.m. local time deadline. Intense fighting continued through Monday, including an Iranian strike on U.S. military base in Qatar late that day. This attack spurred rapid diplomatic efforts involving Iran, Qatar, Israel, and the U.S., ultimately leading to the ceasefire agreement. In the hours leading up to the deadline, Israeli drone strikes targeted locations across Iran, including parts of the capital Tehran and northern and western regions. 2 Iranian nuclear scientists were killed on the conflict's final day. Only minutes before the deadline, Iran launched ballistic missiles at southern Israel, marking a final exchange in this round of hostilities. Following the truth, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said on his X account that Iran has no intention to continue its response if Israel ceases its aggression. Just hours after the ceasefire began, Israel accused Iran of violating the truce and threatened retaliatory strikes against Tehran. This accusation casts immediate doubt on the ceasefire's durability. The critical question remains, can this fragile ceasefire hold, or will the threat of renewed strikes plunge the region back into conflicts? The situation remains highly volatile. Ehsan Keivani, CGTN, Yazd.
Meanwhile, at the United Nations, Israel tells the Security Council that it won't hesitate to respond if Iran breaches the ceasefire agreement. The UN is pushing for a new push to secure an Iran nuclear deal. Back in 2015, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, known as the Iran nuclear deal, was signed, but the objectives were never accomplished. Mitch McCann reports.
At the United Nations Security Council on Tuesday, member states lamented the failure of fully implementing the Iran nuclear deal, but were optimistic over a new ceasefire agreement in the Middle East. The deal, signed in 2015, was intended to lift sanctions on Iran in exchange for limits on its uranium enrichment, but it broke down after President Donald Trump withdrew during his first term in office and Iran reduced its compliance. Because the Security Council endorsed the deal, it continues to be briefed on developments until the agreement's provisions expire later this year. Addressing the new ceasefire between Israel and Iran in the past 24 hours, the United States permanent representative to the UN told the Council that it is Iran's duty to comply with the agreement.
President Trump immediately coordinated a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Madam President, in this critical moment, we must all urge Iran to seize this opportunity for peace and prosperity and abide by its international obligations.
China's permanent representative told the Council that China will continue to maintain an impartial position and is seeking a diplomatic, political solution to the Iranian nuclear issue. Iran's representative portrayed the ceasefire as a victory for Iran, suggesting its adversaries had failed to bully it into submission.
We are now closer to diplomacy than ever before. The large-scale war they thought could force Iran into so-called unconditional surrender and make it abandon its peaceful nuclear program through intimidation, threats, and the use of force has failed more clearly than ever.
Israel's UN representative issued a warning to Iran if it decides to attack Israel at any point.
Make no mistake, we will respond forcefully to any violation of the ceasefire and any threat facing our people.
In the coming days, the Council may vote on a ceasefire resolution drafted by Pakistan, China and Russia, with Pakistan indicating Tuesday that it is updating the text based on feedback from Council members. Mitch McCann, CGTN, at the United Nations in New York.
As Tehran's friction with Washington dominates headlines, its context stretches back more than 70 years. Asya Nanda explains the roots of their rivalry.
Tension between the United States and Iran in the modern era dates back to 1953, when the U.S. backed a UK-planned coup against Iran's first democratically elected prime minister, Mohammad Mossadegh. He tried to nationalize Iran's oil industry to take it out of British control. The U.S. reinstalled the deposed Shah of Iran, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, and provided him with security and Iran's first nuclear agreement, which saw the U.S. provide a nuclear reactor and uranium for domestic energy production. The Shah, while ruling with a strong hand, was a staunch ally of the West and Israel until the Islamic Revolution of 1979. The Shah fled the country, and the U.S. administration of then-President Jimmy Carter ended up allowing him and his family to reside in the United States while the Shah received medical treatment. Washington's refusal to hand the Shah back to Iran to stand trial angered many in Iran, and students stormed the U.S. embassy and held 52 American hostages for 444 days. A failed U.S. military rescue operation and the severing of diplomatic ties helped end U.S. President Carter's re-election chances. The U.S. then backed Iraq after it invaded Iran in 1980. That bloody conflict lasted until 1988. In 1984, U.S. President Ronald Reagan labeled Iran a state sponsor of terrorism as Iran backed Hezbollah in Lebanon. One attack on a U.S. Marine barracks in 1983 killed 241 Americans. In 1988, a U.S. naval ship shot down an Iranian civilian airliner. All 290 people aboard died in what Washington called a mistake. Under U.S. President Bill Clinton, the U.S. stepped up sanctions on Iran, accusing it of sponsoring terror groups and advancing a nuclear program that could lead to a nuclear weapon. After the September 11th attacks on the U.S. back in 2001, then U.S. President George W. Bush said Iran was part of a so-called axis of evil, despite cooperation between the two nations on confronting al-Qaeda and the Taliban in Afghanistan. Decades of tension eased from 2013 as high-level talks led by Washington under President Barack Obama helped deliver the landmark JCPOA, a nuclear deal which enshrined Iran's right to civilian nuclear power, but monitored uranium enrichment and potential weaponization plans. Iran received much-needed sanctions relief. But the thaw between Washington and Tehran ended in 2018, when in his first term, U.S. President Donald Trump unilaterally withdrew from the nuclear deal and reimposed sanctions. Iran began increasing the level of enrichment of its nuclear fuel. Trump also ordered a drone strike in Baghdad that killed Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, commander of the elite Quds Force of the Islamic Revolution Guard Corps, a unit deemed a terror organization by Washington. Iran responded by attacking U.S. bases in Iraq. In his second term as president, Trump in March reopened negotiations with Tehran over its nuclear program, with a provisional deadline to reach a new deal within 60 days. Progress was positive, and in May, Trump said a deal was, quote, very close. But just 2 days before a planned sixth round of talks, Israel started its bombing campaign against Iran, one which the U.S. ultimately joined, targeting nuclear sites with the potential to produce nuclear weapons. Asiye
Hello, and this is the CGTN Live special coverage on the Israel-Iran conflicts as the combat continues, especially despite the ceasefire promoted by the U.S. President Donald Trump, but we still see the conflicts has a lot of spillover effects. So in today's episode, we bring Professor Qu Qiang. He is a research fellow at the Belt and Road Research Center at the Minzu University of China. Professor Qu, welcome to this program. So, Professor Qu, we have seen the U.S. President Donald Trump has criticized both Israel and Iran, especially Israel, for violating the ceasefire. So what is the situation right now, and could you tell us why the two sides shall be blamed? And can we say this is a true ceasefire?
No, it's very hardly to say. It's very hard to say this is a true ceasefire. Actually, it is just a short-term solution and just a pause. Why we're saying so is that basically this is kind of conflict. It's more than just a conflict. It's more than like a fluid, blood fluid. It's been going on for like dozens of years. We don't see the fundamental solution has been popping out. So like bilateral, solution can be actually long-term bilateral solution can be actually found. This kind of the conflicts, the confrontation, or even war has been going on between the two nations for very, very long time. I think both nations right now are getting actually accommodated to this kind of situation. Well, not like the previous war. The both sides are trying to actually literally to eliminate each other to make sure that their own country can be established. But now I think the whole situation can be very, very different. If you understand the true essence behind that, you will find out that in Israel and also in Iran, I think both of the nations are facing more of the domestic situation. Look, Netanyahu and Likud cooperation are basically facing a very much, very huge pressure inside of their own society. So I think Netanyahu is basically be haunted by lots of the lawsuits if he wants to stay in the position as the head of the nation, so which can keep him away from all kinds of the legal troubles. So he needs this war. Actually, from time to time, Israel, or to be more specifically, Netanyahu really need this kind of the conflict or this unsettlement so that he can rest assured in this position, because no one else more than these military officials, officers can, lead Israel to, fight against the foreign nation so that everybody will still need him. And also take a look at Iran. I think the situation can be very, very similar to Israel, because I think, the current religious or the priest, the government actually are facing the similar problems. For example, the economic pressure within Iran can be very, very high, and also the political split can also be very strong inside of the domestic, society, and of the young people's unemployment, and also the regional conflicts, not only with Israel but also with the surrounding nations, and also with some, far countries like America. They're also hunting Israel. So I think for the Khamenei and also sure that Iran can be stable, they also need a foreign enemies so that he can convert the domestic pressures into the foreign conflict. So every nation, both nations, actually they need this kind of the confrontation. So even though they will have some short-term pause, but this long-term tension will always be here. But don't get me wrong, I'm not going to say this is going to be a beginning of a huge world war like many other observers has been advocated. I don't think this is going to be a full outbreak, world war happening, or even a Middle East war happening. This is just going to be a back and forth conflict. Try to convert or shift the domestic tension or attention to the foreign nations. So it's going to be fighting a little bit and then pause a little bit and then fighting again a little bit and then pause a little bit. So both nations can be fine and, be stabilized in the current situation. This is actually what we wanted by both Netanyahu, government and also Khamenei government.
So, Professor Qu, we have seen the situation in the Middle East has been trapped into a dilemma. That is, they have agreements and then they broke it and the conflict continues. So what factors could determine whether a ceasefire could hold or collapse?
Well, as I just mentioned, what's still deciding the whole situation is the domestic politics and the economic situation within Iran and also Israel, respectively. So I think in order to make sure this both nation can be really, really facing the peace and they really want the peace solution, I think domestic stability in a rising economy and full employment and also stable, party politics within each other's country can be very, very important. So actually, I think the whole problem actually comes from America. So if America, hand in hand with China, with Russia, with all the other major countries in the whole world, and also hand in hand with the United Nations, with all the other multilateral international organizations, to really, put everybody on one table, to shake hands with each other, to make sure that Israel can live and also can let live, and also Iran can live and let live, respect each other's, the sovereignty, integrity, and then I think, and also remove all the ban on Iran's economy, all the sanctions, and all. I think by doing that, the long-term stability and the peace can really be achieved. But currently, I don't think anything or any string they want to pull can actually work. For example, they want Iran. Well, the Western countries want Iran to quit the nuclear enrichment program. But actually, Iran will see this as one very important signal for the sovereignty and integrity for their own nation. If I quit, as a sovereign nation, I quit the uranium enrichment program. It made me looks like I'm bowing to the Western parties, Western countries. So I think my citizens wouldn't like to see that. And also for Israel, if Iran wouldn't quit this program, it means Iran will always have one sword hanging on the neck of Israel. They always have the capability to literally wipe out Israel, a very small nation territorial-wise. So this kind of, situation is a very classic, prisoner's dilemma according to the gaming theories. So nobody really wants to back off. This is kind of a Mexico standoff will force both sides actually to stand even harder and straighter to confront each other. So I don't think there is a short-term solution for both nations to, actually to quit. But as I just mentioned, there is also no sign and no very, very little possibility for this both nation to, give a full outbreak war to each other because it's not, in line with both countries' fundamental benefit either.
Professor Chu, we have seen the U.S. would like to have more like a bilateral way, or they just want to done everything by themselves, especially when we see this kind of the so-called ceasefire temporarily. But the President Trump would like to win a Nobel Prize. Do you think this administration's aspiration for the Nobel Peace Prize could address this kind of conflict between Israel and Iran? Will that happen?
I really like your joke. It's a very good one. Okay, American president, they always won, Nobel Peace Prize. But tell me one president, he actually won this prize by actually doing the peace job. No, Obama actually won this prize by waging a larger war against many nations in the whole, whole world, right? So I think, Trump actually, I truly believe when he started his campaign, try to elect as a president, he really mean to, reduce the war and achieve peace. Because don't get me wrong, I don't think he is a peace lover, but he is the one who truly like to have a smaller size of American troops. The military presence in America actually are causing more of the national debt. Then this thing is truly not liked by Trump and his administration. So ever since the beginning, Trump really want to cut his military expenses by at least 20 to 30%, so that they can heading towards the target of balance the balance sheet of the United States of America fiscally. But right now, basically there's no possibility if he quit this kind of the scheme and arrangement of the military of America inside of the whole world. Otherwise, many kinds of the solutions would fail, and America's national benefit and also the military industry complex, their benefit, which is a very important voter for the government, will also, be not happy. So Trump actually wants to cut the budget of the military, but actually he cannot do it. So he will be forced to get more involved and engage in this kind of the conflict. To meet the demand of these kind of military tycoons and also to defend Israel and also the Israel lobbyist and the supporter and also this kind of financial groups is also very important source for the Trump administration or for every administration of the United States of America. So I think this is the whole truth behind the thing. I think the Nobel Peace Prize now has just become a very good, just a camouflage or just a very good fashion clothes to make the president look very beautiful, very fashionate, and good looking. But actually, it doesn't stand for anything, of its name. Peace is probably the least thing can be considered to, win this committee to give out this prize. So don't trust this prize. It's not going to happen with the peace. I think Trump probably will get this prize. Actually, he's not doing a worse job than Obama. At least right now, the conflict has been paused. And I do think in his intervention, I think both nations probably will stand back a little bit or under his watch. The whole full breakout war will not be the possibility. But I don't think he will have any kind of a possibility or capability to solve this whole situation if he still follow the old playbook, helping Israel, fueling the whole situation, and put more sanctions on Iran and bomb their cities, their facilities, and to kill their military leaders.
Professor Chu, let's talk about the supply chain parts because we know the conflicts between Israel and Iran has alerted a lot of companies, especially for the shipping companies, because of the key role of the Straits of Hormuz, and because that accounts one third of the global oil supply part. So how do you see this negative impact on the global shipping industry? Because we see the payment for the insurance in this shipping routes has go up, and a lot of people just divert to other routes.
Yes, I think this is actually the real question we really need to ask, instead of asking the war between Iran and Israel. I think this kind of the supply chain problem is very, very real because Hormuz Strait is, I think, the choke point for the international energy and also raw material shipment. It's very, very important. For example, every day there are 21% of the oil shipment. It's about, I think it's 21 million barrel per day. We're going through this strait. China basically will rely on 45% of the oil supply will rely on this strait. And for the European Union, it's even worse. 60% of energy import will rely on this route. So I think it will kill not only if this been shutting down, if the Iran parliament has actually been giving the authority and actually we're doing so to lock down the Hormuz Strait, I think Iran's economy will collapse in the first place. They cannot afford to do that. And secondly, I think it's going to be a huge impact towards the Europeans' economy. So I don't think the European Union would like to see that. China will also be affected, but well, thank our ancestors. I think right now we have more diversified, oil and gas supply, channels. For example, we have the line on land, the pipelines through the Russians, through the Kazakhstan, and etc. And also we have some other route going through the Red Sea from the Saudi Arabia, and etc. So I think for China, this kind of impact can be mitigated, but we cannot deny, even for China, I think the rising of the oil prices will also causing the problems for the supply chain as well. Well, in the most extreme situation, as we estimated, according to our model, if the full lockdown has been implemented, I think the Brent oil probably will be soaring up from the current price to $130 per barrel. Right now, I think it stands at $70 per barrel. So it's going to be basically nearly doubled. And also, this is just the oil we're talking about. And also, we need to talk about the gases. And also, we need to talk about the methanes. The methane is also very, very important because we're going after the green energy or mixed green energy. every year there are going to be 18% of methane has been produced in Iran. This is very, very important. And also about the rare earths. Some of the very important specific rare earths has been produced in Iran. Not only in China, and that will be causing very important situation for the magnetics, material, for the mechanics, or for the mechanic engines. So international mechanic industry and also chemical industry probably going to be affected. And also talking about the shipment itself, as you just mentioned, transportation industry is also very, very important. It concerns every sector, not only about energy and oil, but also concerning all the groceries. Right now, we've been looking at for the past week, the shipment prices has been going up more than 138%, and many of the shipment companies, in order to avoid this kind of the conflict and also the Houthi attack, has been take a detour around the Good Hope Cape in Africa. So that means another 30% extra cost at least to start with, and this is just one epitomization in the whole impact towards the global economy. So I think if the situation is going to be lasting longer, let's say like 3 months, which is a very reasonable guess, I think the next quarter, the whole global inflation or the stagflation in many other emerging markets is probably going to be longer and worse. So this is something we're really going to deal with.
Professor Chu, we have read a trending topic on social media that the U.S. just bombed Iran for its nuclear facilities, but they just ask China for help, not let the Iran not to close the Straits of Hormuz. What is your take on this logic?
I think this is ridiculous. So, if you have a problem with your neighbor, you go into his door and smash into his door and slap on his face and then tell him, calm down, and you should say sorry and let's get over it, get over with it, and let's stop. Just imagine any reasonable, realistic world. Who else would do that? I don't think any reasonable adult wouldn't do that. So I think everybody should probably look at China, look at how China is reacting to the whole situation. Like our foreign minister, Mr. Wang Yi, has mentioned, always calm down, always stop your own attack or offense first, and then sit on the negotiation table. Do not fuel the whole conflict, and always put peace and stability in the first place. And also with all these conditions, let's start to talk, and also remember to respect every side, and also remember that all the parties on the table have the equal footing, and only by respecting each other's sovereignty, and then you can win the respect, and with respect, and everybody will listen to your words and start to think reasonably and reach to some consensus on peace. And I think this is what adults do, but very sadly, the major negotiating table are not be dominated by adults, but basically by the big children like Mr. Trump. So I think you bomb him. If you go to, okay, say you're getting threatened, and also Iran has this kind of potential nuclear weapon to bomb my nation, so we need to destroy them first. This is basically a very, very typical bully kind of the think pattern. And if you're doing that, you're giving Iran more of the excuses to develop the nuclear program, because even though right now they don't actually have a working nuclear payload, they've been bombed by you to the death. And give them another reason why not to develop the nuclear weapon to defend themselves, right? Because standing in the perspective of the Iranian, probably nuclear weapon is their only guarantee for the further safety, right? So instead of fueling this kind of the hatred, fueling this kind of resentment, you probably should sit down and say sorry first, and then try to ask your opponent back onto the negotiation table. I think this is what the reasonable adults should actually do. So I don't think they are actually working out of this kind of the fool and author thinking. They're just thinking about their domestic political conflicts and again, and try to outlice this kind of domestic situation into the international arena. That's the real deal. What's going on? And
Professor Chu,
and also, okay.
Yeah, Professor Chu, talking about China's role in this conflict, we have seen the China and together with the IAEA members, they have condemned the U.S. Military strike against the nuclear facility in Iran. So will the U.S. military strike against Iran's nuclear facilities open a kind of Pandora box for the non-proliferation system?
Yes, indeed, they will actually do that. Well, indeed, I do think that this is going to be open a very, very bad example for the future and similar situation. Look, this kind of a bombing actually are fueling this kind of a hatred and resentment, are telling any sovereign nations, okay, if you do not have the nuclear weapon, and then you're going to be bullied, like, a strong boy try to rob a candy out of an infant. This kind of a situation is going to happen again and again. Nobody's going to ban India. Nobody's going to ban Pakistan and also ban North Korea. It's because they probably have the nuclear, facilities or this kind of the resources. So for Iran, if they want to stay safe, they probably want to furthermore development of the nuclear weapons. And also there's a bad example, a second bad example is because Iran used to be a part of the non-proliferation treaty. So they still in it, even though they're trying to violate it, according to America's, statement. But Israel is not part of the non-proliferation treaty member. So a non-treaty member trying to, bomb a treaty member to get them out of this kind of the nuclear program, it looks like very sarcastic to me. So if anyone should talk to Iran to stop their program in nuclear weapon development, it should be China, it should be America, it should be Russia, and everybody sit on the table in a very, peaceful and in a very adult way to talk to each other, to be international law abiding, to solve this kind of the situation. Rather, you ask Israel, a country also who seeks to have nuclear weapon, and also they already have nuclear weapon, and they are not a member of non-proliferation treaty, to bomb a country who is a potential, law abidance to follow this law. So this is going to be open a very, very bad, example for the whole world.
Professor Chu, we have seen Israel has destroyed the Hezbollah's leadership and also the leadership from Hamas, and now they come to Iran's side. So how the Israelis' military strike against Iran has broke the balance of power in the region, and will that bring more chaotic situation to the region?
Well, I don't think this is actually a so-called, Islam, the religions of Islam, and also religions of, the Jewish. They're kind of the historic, confrontation. I don't think so. This is basically a very modern, international political situation, but just in the camouflage of the religion or racial problems. So I think most of the current situation, well, I'm not talking about like 60 years ago or 30 years ago. I'm just talking about in the past 10 years. Israel has been emerging as one of the original hegemony power without any questions. He want to attack anyone, and he can attack anyone and cause all kinds of problems. Just think about it. Lebanon is a sovereign nation. Iran is a sovereign nation. Even Iraq is a sovereign nation. So all the sovereign nation, if they have any potential, I'm not saying they attacked Israel, if they have any potential or possibility to threaten Israel a little bit, Israel will offense, in advance to go into their nation and just start some strike, to erect their troops, across the borderline. So according to any playbook, or according to any international law, this is kind of the behavior of invasion. No matter it's in your defense or not in your defense, this is kind of invasion. So I think this kind of a bullying kind of the gesture actually agitated all the surrounding adjacent neighbors of Israel. So they want to develop their own military forces. They want to develop their own power to defend themselves and try to get them out of this kind of situation, to be bullied, to be invaded. So I think this is understandable. I'm not saying Israel is not having any kinds of the sacrifice, or they're not being suffering from the damages. Israel is also the victims of this regional tensions. But if you really want to get out of this tension and also the potential damage, I think you should switch your way of thinking. Try to, maybe learn some old philosophy from Eastern powers, from the Oriental cultures, to think about how we can solve the problem maybe out of the 5 principles of the peaceful coexistence, and learn some wisdom of President Xi Jinping about the common community of human beings with shared fate. I think this kind of thinking probably will help this region, like in the Middle East, to find a longer term and a better solution in the future.
Professor Chu, we know that for Israel side, they also have this kind of damage from this conflict, and they also say that they are under kind of threat from the neighboring, the different forces. But Israel want to create a safer environment for its development. So can this kind of military strike really create a safer environment for themselves, or will bring more negative impacts?
Of course. Look, what's the true essence of the modern economy? Well, let me explain a little bit, break it down a little bit. When you say when Israel wants to develop itself, I assume you're meaning Israel wants a peaceful environment for its people. Israel wants a good economy for its people, higher living standards, good technology, and also culturally, Israel wants their culture to be respected and loved, right? I think that's probably a very normal standard for what you mean about development. Well, how you can do that? Well, take a look at the Eastern countries or Asian countries. For example, if you're saying, okay, Israel are always saying, okay, we're a small country. We do not have enough land for our nation's development. But take a look at Singapore. Singapore is probably one of the richest nations in the whole world right now, but Singapore is just a very, very small city country. Its size is probably just a little bit larger than Tel Aviv. And their national capital, average GDP per capita is about 70,000 US dollars. It's far, far more richer than Israel, and also even richer than United States of America. And how does Singapore achieve that kind of the achievement? They stay very, very peaceful with the surrounding neighbors. Even though probably Singapore is one of the most advanced military force in all ASEAN nations, they have the best fighter jet. They have very good mobilization systems, and their national defense budgets probably averagely per capita is the highest among all the ASEAN nations. But they never try to do that. Try to wave their baton against their neighbors. They always try to develop the good relations. And also, if we're not talking about Singapore, take a look at China. China have overwhelming military power against all the surrounding nations in the whole region. But what does China do? Does China ever send any troops or send any threat to the surrounding nations, big or small? No. China only send engineers, merchants, scholars to the surrounding nation to build bridges, to build the roads, and doing businesses, and to build high-tech factories, to share technologies with their neighbors. Because in the global economy, it's not like in the First World War. If your country want to get richer, you just occupy the other nations. You just colonize your neighbors, have a bigger land, more of the raw materials, and then dumping your oversupplied products into your colony. No, it's not the situation like that. Because according to China's philosophy, in the modern globalized economy, if you want to get richer, you better wish your neighbor are richer as well. Because if you want to sell your cars, your house appliances, your AI robot to your neighbors, imagine if you have a poor, unsettled, unpeaceful neighbor can buy it, or a rich neighbor like Japan, South Korea, Singapore who can afford it. I think it goes without saying that only a rich, peaceful, good relation neighbors can afford it. And also they would like to hand in hand to work with it, because modern economy based not on land, not on iron, steel, or any kinds of the raw materials, based on the human power, based on international cooperation, based on technology development, which required more of the capital and wider cooperation among different culture, different brains. And that requires us to have peaceful, richer, closer neighbors. So I think the Jew, these this nation, this kind of the religious group slash a national group, they have thousands of years to wisdom. They are probably one of the most successful nation of the whole world. Just look at how many Nobel Prize winners they have. I think they have all the wisdom to understand that. So please do not be blinded by the domestic politics or the short-term gain. You need to just look longer with a broader vision to actually build this kind of friendship and a peaceful environment with your neighbors so that the country, the state of Israel, and the Jewish nation can actually have a longer peace and prosperity than you expected.
Professor Chu, when talking about peace in this region, which is very precious, but we see now the U.S. Military strikes coordinated with Israel has struck the nuclear facility in Iran, and in this activity we see like the European Union and also many Arab countries have been marginalized. Do you think so? And how do you see their role in the future peace progress?
Yes, I do think European Union and other Gulf Cooperation Organization actually been marginalized. But I don't blame these two regions because the whole situation inside of the region is very complicated. Look, European Union is part of the Western, camp, and also they have a huge stake in the Middle East. As just I mentioned, 60% of the oil and gas is basically going through this route inside of the Middle East, through the Red Sea, through the Hormuz, Strait, and also they've been imported so many other raw materials through the Middle East. So this is very important for them. So on one hand, they need to stand with America, with Israel, but on the other hand, they really need to rely on the Middle East. And also further than the Middle East themselves, the other nation also have a very huge stake in this region, which is Russia. And Russia right now are also in this kind of the divorce slash marriage relation with the European Union as well. European Union also have this kind of bitter and a sweeter relation with Russia in economy. Okay, I have to rely on their oil and gases, rely on their metals, rely on their grains, foods. But also right now we have the Ukraine crisis going on, so we cannot, live together like before. But Russia also are supporting the many different forces in the Middle East. So basically, if you want to talk to the Middle East nations, you cannot just get over Russia. You still need to face Russia and their presence in this region as well. So which makes the European Union, all their hands are tied. They cannot. Should I reach out to Russia so that I can get to Iran or get back to the Qatar? It looks like I'm caught in the middle. I don't have much of the leeway to wave my influences in this kind of the situation. And also, I think for the other international forces, for example, like Qatar, or the Gulf Cooperation Organizations, also the hands have been tied because Iran is a Shia nation, and their systems are very, very different from Qatar, from Saudi Arabia, who are Sunni countries. So they also have lots of tensions religiously, geopolitically, and we are very glad. And just not very long ago, China, for centuries has become the only nation to put back Saudi Arabia and Iran on the same table and then help them to shake hands with each other. We finally calmed down the whole situation for a little bit. But it doesn't mean right now the Shia nations and the nations are already, in the world to the extent that they can talk to each other or they can reconciliate, between Iran and already. So still, this whole situation relying on America, Israel, and Iran itself. China, Russia maybe can do a little bit and also try to calm down the situation. Still, the decisive forces rely on Israel and Iran themselves.
All right, so Professor Chu, we have seen this, the military strike from Israel against Iran has also caused security concerns for many Arab countries. And also for the Gaza crisis, the conflicts between Israel and Palestine has also alerted Arab countries and to bring this kind of topic of the Palestine back to the spotlight and the world attention. So do you think the relations between Israel and many Arab countries will have more ups and downs? We will have seen because of these security concerns.
No, I don't think there's going to be ups and downs. Well, there are going to be zigzagging, small turbulence within the current Arab countries with Israel, but I don't think that there's going to be a major tension or conflicts happening between the current Arab countries, especially the Sunni countries, with Israel. Why is that? Because many of these Arab nations, let's say the major powers within the region, like Saudi Arabia, like Qatar, like the UAE, they're rich nations, and most of the problem happening within their own politics. For example, the MBS, the bin Salman, the current king of the Saudi Arabia, he is having a very ambitious plan to develop their own nation, to open up, get more modernized, to develop the modern industry, try to replace the oil industry. So he has lots of the pressures inside of the Saudi Arabia, who which is a very conservative places, and he has a lot of problems sorted out within their own nations. He is not in the interest to fight against Israel anyway. They don't have any conflicts in the territory. And also talking about the Egypt. Egypt also have lots of the domestic problems and to develop their own economy. So they don't want to get into this kind of the mire in the Gaza problems, or to take Israel head on militarily. I don't think that this is their own deal. And also talking about the Qatar and the UAE, it's not even more so that like that. So they don't want to get into the trouble. And also, for the record, Israel also have no interest to go conflict with those nations, because they all have one very important partner, that is the United States of America. So I think the United States of America will help them to sort it down the small problems they have with each other, and to prevent the major war happening, among all of them. So no problem with this major powers. I think the problem can only appear in like the very unstable regions like the Yemen, like Lebanon, like Iran. But once these regions can be squared, within their own domestic situation, for example, if Lebanon can, sort it out their domestic religion between Hezbollah and also current government, and develop their own economy, and Yemen, if it can stabilize their own domestic situation, develop their economy, and I think they will not have any interest to fight against Israel. So this so-called Arab versus Jew situation never exist. The only problem is the Arab problem within Arab countries, the Israel problem within Israel itself, and everybody just try to externalize their own problem to their neighbors, and that's the real deal. That's the real essence about this region.
Okay, Professor Chu, we also talk about the Yemen Houthis, and we know the Yemen Houthis, they have sent very strong signals. They will continue to fight against Israel because of their relations with Iran, and also because Iran was under attack by the Israeli armed forces. So how do you see this kind of spillover effect, and will that bring more uncertainties in these shipping routes across the Red Sea? And so what would be the solutions?
Well, I think this is basically another, the reflex. I think the short-fused reflex with Iran. Everybody knows that Iran, as leader of the new Shiite regions and religions, has been, supporting many of the small players within the region, like the Houthi military forces is just one of it. So, as you just mentioned, within Iran, they have lots of problems politically, economically. So I think the IRGC and also the priest government, their hands are tied within Iran. They have lots of problems. So they are not in the position to make the offense by themselves. economically or politically or international politically, they're not allowed to do so. So that's the reason why they developed one of the workable strategy to help their little brothers and partners to arouse all kinds of the fuss in this whole region, like the Houthi military forces in Yemen. So they've been providing all kinds of the equipment and funding to those regions, so they can help Iran to set up the perimeters to fence off the outside fencers like Israel, like America, like the Western forces, and also this little brothers and partners like Houthi. They're using this kind of the tactic to prove that they are worth it. They can still have the value to be supported by some other major powers. And that's how they balance again. It's like two major players. They're not in the position or are not allowed to fight with each other directly. So they ask their friends in the middle to punch each other to decided that their the balances or the boundaries of the presence with each other. So that's a strategy. So I think the root is still Iran and Israel. If the whole situation cannot be changed, I think Yemen and Lebanon, their economy cannot be restored, or Egypt, and their politics cannot be stabilized. Only when the whole region can be stabilized between Iran and Israel, and also among other major Arab powers. The smaller country like Yemen, like Lebanon, they will have a future. And when these two nations, like them, have a future, the local politics and a local peaceful environment can really be restored. And I think eventually it will go back to America. If America stopped their strategy to stir all kinds of the turbulences within the Middle East to satisfy their own gain, and I think eventually and finally this region will be settled with peace and stability.
Professor Chu, we have seen for the international community like China, like the European Union, and we have called the fulfillment of the peace agreements between Israel and Iran, especially for the ceasefire part and no break out another conflicts. But we have seen some U.S. politicians, they have even called a kind of regime change in Tehran and called to have some intervention in Iran, and also for Israel they have the plan for kind of regime change in Iran. So do you think this will help the both sides to fulfill their ceasefire?
No, I think this is a really stupid idea. America has done this stupid decision making for several times in the Middle East alone. America used to, for example, just a few years ago, America used to like the very good partner and a very intimate friend is called, Iraq. And the Iraq former leader is called Saddam Hussein, right? Saddam Hussein used to be the golden boy from the United States of America, and they get lots of help from the United States until one day Hussein decided, okay, I'm going to invade Kuwait. And America decided, okay, I'm going to wipe them out. If I can, overthrow this regime and the whole Middle East will be peaceful and good. So they wiped out Iraq and their former, rulers, Saddam Hussein. But what happened? Did the Middle East really settle down with peace? No, actually not. They succeeded in doing that, but the president and the generals of America find out, okay, America are not gaining anything out of this war. Iraq alone, for example, are getting to a more complicated situation. So, for example, Iran has been popping up because as one of the major competitor of the Shia nation, with the falling of Iraq, Iran has become the only big power, the big Shia nation in the whole region, and it created the Shia Crescent region, and he became the leader. And the Houthi military forces and Iraq anti-government forces are all the consequences of the topple of the Iraq former government. And Iraq itself are not having any kind of a peace. Russia is here, the Kurdish government is here, the so-called Kurdish government is here, and also Turkish governments and the military forces are here. So basically, the whole Iraq instead of a stable nation. Now it becomes a swamp of all kinds of chaotic forces and situation. That's something not in line with Iraq people's benefit and not even in line with the Western benefit. So America need to, wrap up all this kind of a fuss and deal with all kinds of the sacrifice and the damages inside of the region, and also to deal with the consequently rising up Iran power inside the region as well. So now America are talking about, okay, we need to topple Iran regime as well. We need to overthrow the government as well. To think that if they get rid of the Khamenei, if they get out of the Pezeshkian, and then America will be good and Israel will be good. But I can guarantee you, you're not going to be good if you're doing that again. Because once this government has been toppled, the new agent, the new force, the new country will get into this region and try to seek more of the opportunities, find the chances, and to mess up the whole region. And America also will suffer from the collateral damage. The Europe will also suffer from the collateral damage. And your friends, UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia also will be the victim of the spillover effect. So this is not a good idea. Learn from the previous lessons, please, and also try to be wise and learn from the Eastern wisdom. Please look at China, look at Singapore, right? How they are doing the things. I think that can be some good example.
Thank you for wonderful analysis and your arguments. And this is the arguments from Professor Qu Qiang, a research fellow at the Belt and Roads Research Center in Minzu University of China. And this is the CGTN live special coverage about the conflicts between Israel and Iran. I'm Shen Shuwei, bringing you live from Beijing, and we pray the peace in this region, and we will stay tuned for the latest developments in this region. Thank you.
Fragile ceasefire between Israel and Iran is holding, and U.S. President Donald Trump has lashed out at both sides for violating the truce. Iran has denied it has violated the deal, which came into effect just days before Donald Trump left the White House for NATO summit in the Netherlands. Jim Spellman has more from Washington, D.C.
President Trump says both Iran and Israel broke a ceasefire he helped broker. Exact details of what was agreed to haven't been released, but by now, both sides were expected to have ceased hostilities, according to a post from Trump on Truth Social. Monday evening, bringing an end to what he has dubbed the 12-day war. While blaming both countries, he focused especially on Israel, saying they may have overreacted to an errant missile from Iran. Iran denies breaking the fragile truce. Listen.
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land.
Trump made those comments before departing the White House for the NATO summit in the Netherlands. On the plane, Trump told reporters he spoke on the phone with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and implored him to stop attacking Iran. The Prime Minister's office says Israel will refrain from further attacks and Tehran says it will abide by the ceasefire if Israel does. So Washington's working on assessing the damage done to Iran's nuclear infrastructure by those U.S. strikes over the weekend, and it's possible there will be further negotiations with Iran over their nuclear program. But on the plane to the NATO summit, Trump seemed to reject the idea of pushing for a regime change in Iran, saying he wants the situation to calm down as quickly as possible and that regime change would bring chaos, which he does not want.
Both Israel and Iran have indicated that the conflict is over. Iranian President Pezeshkian says his country will respect the ceasefire provided Israel hold to its terms. He also says Iran is ready to return to nuclear talks with the United States. Iranians have voiced relief at the ceasefire but remain fearful about the future. Ethan Kiavani has more.
A ceasefire ending 12 days of intense fighting between Iran and Israel took effect early Tuesday morning. The truce brought halt to hostilities that persisted until the final moments, with both sides launching significant attacks just before 4 a.m. local time deadline. Intense fighting continued through Monday, including an Iranian strike on U.S. military base in Qatar late that day. This attack spurred rapid diplomatic efforts involving Iran, Qatar, Israel, and the U.S., ultimately leading to the ceasefire agreement. In the hours leading up to the deadline, Israeli drone strikes targeted locations across Iran, including parts of the capital Tehran and northern and western regions. 2 Iranian nuclear scientists were killed on the conflict's final day. Only minutes before the deadline, Iran launched ballistic missiles at southern Israel, marking a final exchange in this round of hostilities. Following the truce, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said on his X account that Iran has no intention to continue its response if Israel ceases its aggression. Just hours after the ceasefire began, Israel accused Iran of violating the truce and threatened retaliatory strikes against Tehran. This accusation casts immediate doubt on the ceasefire's durability.
We Iranians have a magnificent history. We don't bow to oppressors. We will stand against them until our last breath.
I believe the blows that Israel and the United States have suffered will lead them to seek retaliation, and they are likely to attack again. We would welcome a ceasefire, but it is not being implemented. They are not honoring their commitments.
They lie, don't believe them. They lie to advance their own agenda and to harm us. We must resist and fight until America and Israel are brought to their knees. Only then will peace be possible.
Critical question remains, can this fragile ceasefire hold, or will the threat of renewed strikes plunge the region back into conflicts? The situation remains highly volatile. Ehsan Keivani, CGTN, Yazd.
Meanwhile, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has held a conversation with his
Now we turn to this developing situation between Israel and Iran. A ceasefire between the two sides is holding. Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian on Tuesday announced the end of the 12-day war. He said Iran will respect the ceasefire, provided Israel hold on to its terms. Now, for more on the situation, let's cross live to our correspondent Sapir Sarami in Tehran. Sapir, bring us up to date on the situation on the ground in Iran.
Of course, as you mentioned, since yesterday around 12 or 11 a.m., the ceasefire has been holding, and Iranians are excited about this because now we have seen that after 12 days, now finally, there were no explosions in the sky of Tehran, there were no drones, no fighter jets, and nothing. Iran didn't launch strikes. Israel didn't launch a strike. So after 12 days, now we have a ceasefire.
Separd, so tell us, how are local residents reacted to the ceasefire? Are there any release of the tensions on the ground?
Yeah, of course, absolutely there are, but there is a mix of feelings. You know, some people are still angry because some people lost their loved ones. Some people are relieved, and some people are still anxious because they believe that I see some belief here on the street, don't trust the U.S. or Israel. They think that this another trick, another ruse they are using to attack Iran again. So some people are very pessimistic toward this ceasefire because they said we were negotiating with the U.S., they attacked us. And before that, in 2005, we signed a deal with U.S. JCPOA. They withdrew from it. So there are so many people who are not optimistic, but in general, I can say that people are relieved.
Sapir, on the state level, are there any official words on what Iran will do next regarding the situation, the tense situation in the region and its own nuclear program?
Of course, Iranian authorities, even the head of Iran's atomic energy, they have repeatedly said that we will continue our nuclear energy, we're going to nuclear building and enriching uranium in the framework of NPT and international laws and regulations. But for the first thing that the Iranian government has to do, in my opinion, and also in the opinion of many experts, is to alleviate the consequences of economic consequences of this 12-day war, because the stock market, so many shops, so many places, the industries have been closed in the last 12 days. I think the imminent challenge that the Iranian government will face is to alleviate these economic consequences. And also, Pezeshkian yesterday said that we are ready to negotiate with the U.S. So I think the negotiations with the U.S. in coming days is also possible.
Sapir, a very quick word on the situation of the infrastructure at where you are. We can see that a connection to you is much more stable today than the earlier week. Tell us more about the infrastructure situation.
Of course, you know, as I have read in the news, so many military infrastructure has been hit. But about civil infrastructure, even in those 12 days, we didn't have a lot of problems. The only problem that the Iranians had was the internet, that is now much better. But the food was, as I've said many times, accessible, water, electricity. So nothing had changed, even compared to days before the war. So the life is going on. But I have to tell you, many Tehran residents are returning home, and I think they have to go work. They have to go to work from Saturday.
Thank you very much. Our correspondent Sapir Sarami in Tehran. Take care.
Meanwhile, a resident in Tehran has expressed relief about the ceasefire and their hopes for the lasting peace.
Nobody would be happy to see war between two countries or two individuals. It was a terrible experience. We were in a very bad situation. The war was imposed on our country. But the situation improved as the war continued. Our lives partially returned to normal. I hope the ceasefire will be durable. If the ceasefire continues and leads to more strategic agreements, I don't think Iran will violate it. I hope Israel also remains committed to the ceasefire. We really need peace in the region and agreement among all nations. War is the last thing we need now. The first thing we need is peace.
Israeli government says it has achieved all its objectives in the conflict with Iran. Israeli military says it's lifting restrictions on public gatherings, workplaces, and education, and reopening airspace to incoming flights. Jonathan Regav has more from Tel Aviv.
After the first few hours, it can already be said that the ceasefire for the moment is holding, and Israel is making the assessment that this ceasefire will hold on. We know that due to the fact that the Home Front Command changed the directives on a Tuesday evening, signaling that for the first time in nearly 2 weeks, Israel, as of Wednesday morning, will be going back to normal. Schools will open, businesses will open, public transport is back to normal. The airport, Ben Gurion Airport, which was almost completely shut for nearly 2 weeks, will open as well. Everything is back to normal. The Home Front Command would not have made such an assessment if there was any indication that still missiles could be heading from Israel to Iran and back from Iran into Israeli territory. All this follows a dramatic day in which Israeli jets were already on their way to strike in Iran. This following what Israel called a breach by Iran of the ceasefire, as 2 missiles were fired from Iran towards northern Israel some 3.5 hours after the ceasefire went into effect. And just as the jets were heading to Iran, an angry phone call from President Trump to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu took place. Trump pretty much demanding from the Prime Minister to order the jets to turn around and come back without carrying their strike. Eventually, there was a very symbolic strike on an Iranian radar, but far from the Israeli original plan. President Trump is deeply involved in this, and he wants to make sure that the ceasefire is holding on. Nearly 2 weeks after the operation began, it seems, for now, as if the ceasefire is holding. Jonathan Regav, CGTN, Tel Aviv.
Earlier, U.S. President Donald Trump lashed out at Israel and Iran for violating the truce. Iran has denied it violated the agreement. The deal came into effect just before Trump left the White House for the NATO summit in the Netherlands. Jim Spellman has more details from Washington.
President Trump says both Iran and Israel broke a ceasefire he helped broker. Exact details of what was agreed to haven't been released, but by now, both sides were expected to have ceased hostilities, according to a post from Trump on Truth Social. Monday evening, bringing an end to what he has dubbed the 12-day war. While blaming both countries, he focused especially on Israel, saying they may have overreacted to an errant missile from Iran. Iran denies breaking the fragile truce. Listen.
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land.
Trump made those comments before departing the White House for the NATO summit in the Netherlands. On the plane, Trump told reporters he spoke on the phone with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and implored him to stop attacking Iran. The Prime Minister's office says Israel will refrain from further attacks, and Tehran says it will abide by the ceasefire if Israel does. So Washington's working on assessing the damage done to Iran's nuclear infrastructure by those U.S. strikes over the weekend. And it's possible there will be further negotiations with Iran over their nuclear program. But on the plane to the NATO summit, Trump seemed to reject the idea of pushing for a regime change in Iran, saying he wants the situation to calm down as quickly as possible and that regime change would bring chaos, which he does not want.
A preliminary U.S. intelligence assessment finds that the U.S. airstrikes on Iranian nuclear sites did not destroy the country's nuclear capabilities. Over the weekend, President Donald Trump said the U.S. airstrikes had obliterated Iran's nuclear program. But according to the report produced by Defense Intelligence Agency, which says the airstrikes sealed off the entrances of 2 of the facilities but did not collapse underground buildings. And the Trump administration told the UN Security Council on Tuesday that the airstrikes had degraded Iran's nuclear program, short of Donald Trump's earlier assertion that the facilities had been destroyed. The White House press secretary says the intelligence assessment is, quote, flat out wrong, and says the report was linked to demean President Donald Trump.
Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has spoken to his Iranian counterpart, Saeed Abbas Araghchi. In Tuesday's phone call, Wang Yi reiterated China's support for Iran's efforts to safeguard its national sovereignty and security and achieve a genuine ceasefire. He said China is ready to help de-escalate tensions in the Middle East. Araghchi defended Iran's actions, saying the Israeli and US attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities were serious violations of international law. He said genuine negotiations between Tehran and Tel Aviv can only begin once Israel halts its aggression.
Meanwhile, China's permanent representative to the United Nations has urged all parties to abide by the ceasefire between Israel and Iran.
We hope the ceasefire could hold and could be abided by faithfully by all parties. No more deceptions this time.
Ambassador, what about the resolution?
Fu Song said China condemns the attacks by Israel and the United States on Iranian nuclear facilities. He said the U.S. has undermined the negotiation process with Iran, causing the nuclear issue to reach a deadlock and leading to a sudden escalation in regional tensions. China says Israel and the United States resorted to military action against Iran under the pretext of a potential future threat, which constitutes a serious violation of international law and an infringement on Iran's sovereignty.
中方注意到
China has noted that some members of the Security Council have repeatedly accused Iran of violating its non-proliferation obligations in an apparent attempt to justify the military actions of Israel and the United States. In response, China urges these countries to face the following basic facts. The United States is the root cause of the Iranian nuclear crisis. It was the U.S. that unilaterally withdrew from the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action in 2018, reimposed and escalated unilateral sanctions on Iran, and adopted a policy of maximum pressure. As a result, Iran has been unable to enjoy the economic benefits promised under the agreement and was forced to reduce its compliance. It was again the U.S. that, disregarding its own credibility, brazenly launched military strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, thereby sabotaging the very negotiation process it had initiated, pushing the nuclear issue back into deadlock and causing a sudden escalation of regional tensions. China believes that diplomatic efforts to resolve the Iranian nuclear issue have not been exhausted and that a peaceful resolution remains possible. All parties should draw lessons, restart dialogue on the basis of equality, and work to bring the issue back onto the track of political settlement. Time and again, facts have proven that the use of force is not the right way to resolve international disputes, nor can it solve the Iranian nuclear issue. The international community must make efforts to help de-escalate the situation and promote dialogue and negotiations.
For more insights, CGTN have spoken to Yeliz Albayrak, a Turkish political analyst. She says the success of the ceasefire depends on the true goal of Israel's attacks.
Since the origin of this issue is still highly debated, the real question is whether this is truly about Iran's nuclear program or if there are other plans related to Iran, the region, or its regime. That's what will ultimately shape what comes next. As for whether this will be permanent, perhaps Iran wants to sit at the table in the short term. Maybe it assessed its allies, who it can or can't count on for support, weighed its options again, and then decided it didn't want to move forward. Trump tried to bring both sides, Israel and Iran, into a position he wanted, first by fueling the war, then shifting toward resolving the issue. To be honest, there's also a sense that Trump is trying to play the hero in all this. So we really don't know how permanent any of this will be, or whether it's truly long-term. Because if regime change is the real goal, then this won't be a long-term process anyway.
All right, for more insights, we're joined in the studio by Professor Wang Jing, the director of the Center for Strategic Studies at Northwest China University in Xi'an. Thank you so much for joining us on Global Watch, Professor Wang. So how optimistic are you in the ceasefire, which paves the way? Do you think this ceasefire really paves the way for a peaceful solution to the conflict, or is it just a pause in hostilities?
That depends on how we define on the so-called peace. When we say the peace is just no war, no direct conflict, I say, okay, now this is a very important foundation. But when we say it's kind of a new beginning, a new phase, or a new era in this region, I think we need something more to do. Because on the one hand, we know that the ceasefire is resulted directly from both Israel and Iran, their intention to stop the war. Because from different perspectives, for example, United States, Iran, and Israel, they believe they have already gain what they want. And also from their perspective, they don't want the war to continue because they have already suffered many losses. So against this backdrop, they hope, okay, the war should be stopped. But then if we're talking about long-standing peace, it means that they should melt down their divisions. They should find new resolutions to end their hostilities and distrust. That would be the long way. And I don't think right now, just a very short ceasefire is enough. We need new mechanism for dialogues, new mechanism for negotiation, and new mechanism to help us to reconstruct the trust that could maintain the peace for last longer.
So, Professor, could you be a little bit more specific on those mechanisms, on those measures you just mentioned to actually keep this ceasefire going? If we're not talking about a grand new beginning in the region, but it's crucial to keep that ceasefire. Would you use the word fragile to describe it?
Yeah, it's very fragile because actually I think the fragile has two dimensions. On the one dimension is that it's just an oral ceasefire. We have no formal document signed. We have no ceremonies held to celebrate so-called this kind of the ceasefire. It was just the oral understanding between Israel and Iran mediated by United States and other regional countries. So this is very fragile. And also on the other hand, there is no reliable mechanism to monitor how this ceasefire should go. So particularly we have to know that there were still misunderstandings and distrust between Israel and Iran. So once very small factors of, for example, miscalculation or misunderstandings emerge between the two sides, it will be very, very easy to lead to the total destruction of this kind of ceasefire and going back to the war status between the two sides. So that's why this is very fragile, and we need new mechanism to help maintain the ongoing and implementation of this ceasefire. And also we need the new mechanism to reconstruct the peace, trust, and the confidence in this region to help them to last this ceasefire as long as possible.
Professor Wang, as you've mentioned, this ceasefire is very fragile. And in this round of conflict, the three important stakeholders, Israel, Iran, and the United States, what gains and losses do you think they have achieved during this round of conflict? Or let's put it this way, do you think the fundamental problem or root causes of the conflict has been resolved? Or is there any possibility of resolving those root causes?
I think that depends on what kind of understanding perspective. Because as you mentioned, United States, Israel, Iran, they have different understandings over the gains and losses. For example, from the perspective of the United States, they believe that, okay, they are the winner because they try to attack Iran. The very first similar incident that after 1969 when Iran Islamic revolution erupted. So it's particularly could be understood by United States leaders as a very important victory. And also that United States successfully bring Israel and Iran to end the war. That could also be understood as a diplomatic victory. And also from the perspective of Israel, I mean, at the very beginning when they started the war, they just want to delay the process of nuclear development of Iran. And also they want to heavily destroy the missile capabilities of construction inside Iran. So to partly, I mean, actually, I think Israel realized their goal. And also from the perspective of Iran, they hope we have to know that Iran alone resisted the pressure from both the United States and Israel. And also Iran has to face the uncertainties at home. So after, I mean, more than 12 days of conflict, a very serious conflict, now Iran successfully stand. So I think Iran also could say they are the winner. So they have different perspective. But again, both Israel and Iran lost a lot. Many people casualties and many buildings destroyed. So actually, they need to stop the war. So that's why I think every side they could say, okay, they are the winners, but actually every side we should understand they were losers, particularly the civilians.
Right. Let me follow up on that three sides narrative thing, Professor. I think it's fair to say that the information flow comes with this latest conflict is full of surprises, of course, and confusion. And now, as this ceasefire is holding, another confusion popped up. A U.S. intelligence analysis indicates that the U.S. strikes, of course, failed to destroy Iran's nuclear capabilities, and the White House rejected this claim outright. So let's get out of the rhetoric for a minute. Do you think destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities by one-time bombing was the original intent or motivation of the Trump administration's decisions to actually bomb Iran?
I think maybe United States leaders also know that it is impossible, as you mentioned, to just eliminate one country's nuclear capability once and for all. Because when we're talking about nuclear construction capabilities, we're not talking about facilities. We're talking about a very systematic supporting system. For example, we have to got the manpower. We have got the leading in developing and for example, the technology team. We have to support them with other, for example, infrastructure, electricity, and other supporting systems. So actually, it is a big system. So just through the three bombs into the three nuclear facilities is important. It's impossible to just say easily eliminate the so-called nuclear development capability. But from United States perspective, I think they start the bombing just not to say to just destroy or kind of eliminate. They just want to show that they could have further capabilities to intervene in the war, to impose new pressure to Iran. So that's their ultimate goal. Rather than try to destroy the nuclear capability, it's the political goal rather than the military goal.
Thank you very much, Professor Wang Jing from
so
Northwestern University.